Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. Yesterday, the Commission was not able to discuss agenda item 4J on statistics, and we will take up this morning. But first, we will consider agenda item 5 on management issues before we move to agenda item 4J. Let us start, therefore, with the consideration of agenda item 5, management issues. The document pertinent to this item are ESCAP/79/21 on the proposed program plan for 2024 and ESCAP/79/22 on the overview of partnership, extra budgetary contributions, and capacity development. At the outset, may I invite the Executive Secretary, Ibu Armida Salsiah Alisahbana, to introduce this agenda item. The floor is yours, Madam.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to be with you during these deliberations on management issues. Allow me to say a few words about each of the documents you are considering today. On the proposed program plan for 2024, the proposed program plan of ESCAP for 2024, document ESCAP/79/21, provides the overall strategic orientation and a program of work for each of the 9 sub-programs. It outlines how ESCAP will work with member states and partners to advance regional cooperation in support of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Developed in accordance with General Assembly resolutions on program planning, an earlier draft of the plan was circulated to the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by member of the Commission. The comments received from the ACPR were incorporated into the current document. Following the Commission's endorsement, the proposed program plan will be reviewed by the Committee for Program and Coordination, or CPC, and will then be considered by the 5th Committee of the General Assembly as part of the Secretariat's overall program budget document. The Secretariat seeks your endorsement of the proposed program plan for 2024, and we count on your government support as it goes through the approval process with the CPC and the 5th Committee. On overview of partnership, extra budgetary contributions, and capacity development, allow me to now turn to the overview of ESCAP partnership and the outcomes of capacity development activities funded by extra budgetary contributions received in 2022, document ESCAP/79/22. The hold of the pandemic on the region gradually eased last year, and regional cooperation hastened with travel and in-person meetings. ESCAP was honored to co-host last September with the Government of Thailand and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, the 11th Global South-South Development Expo under the theme Advancing South-South and Triangular Cooperation for Sustainable COVID-19 Recovery Towards a Smart and Resilient Future. The expo brought together around 1,000 participants to the UN Conference Center, making it the largest meeting in the UNCC since the onset of the pandemic, and it was attended online by over 4,000 more persons. Indeed, South-South and Triangle Cooperation has been key in enabling the Secretariat to support the region in COVID-19 recovery and the acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs. The Secretariat has worked with countries in and outside the region to implement its technical cooperation program in support of its member states. In addition to newly established partnership, the Secretariat expanded and extended partnerships with the Korean International Cooperation Agency, or KOICA, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO. Further negotiation for revamping partnerships began with the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, or PIFS, and the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, in 2022. ESCAP has also seen an increase in demand for short-term and targeted technical assistance delivered through the UN Regular Program of Technical Cooperation, or RPTC. All sub-programs have ensured close cooperation with UN development entities, including UN country teams, in delivering such support. The Secretariat is intensifying its resource mobilization efforts to ensure continuity in areas such as women's empowerment and public-private partnership. I would like once again to express the Secretariat's deep appreciation to member states, donors, as well as development partners, many of whom are represented here, for their continued support to ESCAP. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. We shall now take up agenda item 5A on the proposed program plan for 2024. I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere the time limit of 2 minutes. Longer statement can be sent to the Secretariat and will be circulated. Is there any delegation who would like to take the floor? I see none. So this brings us to the conclusions of agenda item 5. We shall now take up agenda item 5B on overview of partnerships, extra budgetary contributions, and capacity development. May I first invite the conference room officer to play a short video to highlight recent cooperation activities between the Secretariat and a number of regional partners.
ESCAP's mandate may be regional, but its impact is felt at the national level. The Secretariat has been working hard to forge partnerships with national governments, development banks, civil society organizations, the private sector, and local communities to advance the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In 2022, Asia and the Pacific witnessed a pivotal moment for South-South and triangular cooperation. Member states came together to showcase their development contributions, sharing best practices and collaborating with new partners beyond the region. To achieve this, ESCAP hosted several multinational and multi-stakeholder events, such as the 11th Global South-South Development Expo, and partnering with ASEAN to co-host the 5th ASEAN Inclusive Business Summit. ESCAP launched the South-South Cooperation Connector, a virtual platform that promotes networking among key players to advance South-South and triangular cooperation through communities of practice, assistance sharing, and learning opportunities. In the same spirit, the Secretariat cooperated with resident coordinator offices across the region on local issues. It also continued working with the Asian Development Bank to strengthen regional economic cooperation, address climate issues, and strengthen the ongoing effort to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The ESCAP Secretariat took significant steps to enhance results-oriented project design and monitoring processes, and improving resource mobilization by highlighting achievements in capacity development. Several memoranda of understanding renewing ESCAP's commitments to the region and its global partners were signed over the course of 2022, including those with the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the International Maritime Organization in Sustainable Maritime Connectivity, and the Korean International Cooperation Agency on Air Pollution Monitoring and ICT Digitalization for Resilience. In addition, ESCAP revamped its partnership with the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and the Islamic Development Bank to strengthen climate action and resilient development, improve social inclusion and equity, and increase regional cooperation, amongst other things. 2022 was a year in which ESCAP solidified its cooperation with organizations across the region while opening doors to new partners. Relationships which are integral to ESCAP's mandate and the successful implementation of the SDGs across all sectors and every nation.
I now open the floor for country interventions. The first speakers is delegations of China.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生，中方愿借此机会宣布2023年对 ESCAP 及相关附属机构捐款意向如下：一、中方将向联合国可持续农机中心 CSAM 捐款160万美元。二、中国将向亚太统计研究所 SHAMP 捐款7万美元。三、中国将向亚太技术转移中心 APCTT 捐款2.7万美元。四、中国将向亚太残疾人10年捐款1万美元。五、中国将向东北亚环境合作机制 NewsPac 捐款4.5万美元。六、中国将继续向中国 ESCAP 合作基金捐款100万美元和150万人民币。主席先生，当前中国和亚太国家一样，也面临着经济增长压力和复苏的重任。尽管面对各种困难，中国作为 ESCAP 第2大捐款国，继续保持向 ESCAP 的捐款水平，充分体现了中方对 ESCAP 的一贯支持，对促进亚太区域可持续发展合作的诚意。我们也希望 ESCAP 及相关的附属机构善用捐款，加强项目管理，提高资金效率，产出具体成果，切实为推进亚太可持续发展和疫后复苏做出贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, delegates of China, for your statement. It has been taken note by the Secretariat and will be reflected in the next speaker will be the Republic of Korea. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Korea, I am pleased to announce Korea's contribution for the year 2023. The total amount of the contribution this year will be $3.7 million, which includes, first, $980,000 for technical cooperation. Secondly, $1.1 million in support of the ESCAP sub-regional offices for East and Northeast Asia, located in Incheon, Korea. Lastly, $1.6 million for ESCAP regional institutions. Mr. Chair, given the scale of economic, social, and environmental challenges facing our region, we firmly believe that this cooperation will help us address the region's most pressing challenges, which is the principle of leaving no one behind. The government of Korea, Republic of Korea, will continue to extend its utmost support to ESCAP's work to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the Asia and Pacific region. We look forward to further cooperation with the ESCAP Secretariat, member states, and other partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates of Korea, for your statement. It has been taken note by the Secretariat and will be reflected in the report in the appropriate places. Would any delegation like to take the floor? I recognize India. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. The Government of India is pleased to announce the following contributions to the activities and organization of ESCAP. With regard to sub-regional activities, India hosts the South and Southwest Asia sub-regional office of the ESCAP in New Delhi, and a contribution of US 79,000 for the year 2023 is confirmed. Apart from sub-regional activities, our contribution for sub-regional activities as host country for the APCTT since 1977, India shares a strong and mutually supportive relationship with the center in advancing the technology agenda in the Asia and the Pacific region. For APCTT, we confirm the contribution for 2023 at US $870,000, among other contributions to ESCAP and related activities. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of India, for your statement. It has been taken note by the Secretariat and will be reflected in the report at the appropriate places. And I now recognize delegates of Japan to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, or SIAP, is expanding opportunities for each country to participate in training despite the various restrictions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, such as providing many e-learning courses. We would like to express our appreciation for these efforts by SIAP. Allow me to make a statement with regard to the work plan of the SIAP for the 2023 academic year. As the host government, Japan is ready to provide contributions both in cash and in kind for SIAP in accordance with its agreement and annual budgetary appropriations. For the year from April 2023 through March 2024, the government of Japan intends to make a cash contribution of $1.841565 million US dollars, which is about $20,000 more than last year. This is to respond to statistical training needs in the region, including issues on the 2030 agenda and in consideration of the importance of the role of SIAP as a statistical training institution for the region. The government of Japan also intends to make in-kind contributions equivalent to $992,620 US dollars, bringing the total amount of contributions to about $2.8 million US dollars. Furthermore, as part of its technical cooperation program, the government of Japan intends to offer fellowships for 10 participants in a 3-month training course through the Japan International Cooperation Agency. It is our expectation that contributions to SIAP, including Japan's contributions, will be used effectively and efficiently for the development of statistical human resources capacity in each country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate of Japan, for your statement. It has been taken note by the Secretariat and will be reflected in the report in the appropriate places. Would any other delegation would wishes to take the floor? I see none. That brings us to the conclusions of agenda item 5B. I would like to thank all delegations for these pledges. This valuable contribution will help the ESCAP Secretariat and its regional institutions implement their mandates and provide assistance to members and associate members of the Commission. We will now consider the agenda item 4G on statistics, which the Commission was not able to consider yesterday. The documents pertinent to these items are ESCAP/CST/2022/8 report of the Committee on Statistics on its 8 sessions, ESCAP/79/19 on the report of the Governing Councils of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific on its 18 sessions, and ESCAP/79/20 on getting everyone in the pictures for more effective climate change actions. To start with, let us hear from the chair of the 8 sessions of the Committee on Statistics, Mr. Batdava Batmung, Chairperson, National Statistics Office, Mongolia, on the outcomes of that meeting.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, but progress is too slow for Asia and the Pacific region to achieve the goals by 2030. Between 2017 and 2022, the number of indicators with sufficient data has doubled, but the pace of improvement is slowing down and data remain insufficient for many indicators. In 2017, the Commission endorsed the collective statistical vision for the 2030 agenda. In 2019, the Commission endorsed a declaration on navigating policy with data to leave no one behind. Judging from the large SDG data gaps, the two framework agreements are far from realized. To close the data gaps, the national statistical systems in Asia and the Pacific will need to be strengthened to produce, deliver, and communicate official statistics which are relevant, trusted, and meet the needs of many users. Mongolia was elected the chair of the Committee on Statistics at its 8th session in 2022. I thank my fellow chief statisticians, colleagues, and friends for this honor. I chaired the committee in August 2022, and I am grateful for the support from countries, development partners, and the Secretariat. The committee made 6 important decisions. The committee endorsed the revised terms of reference of the Bureau and the Regional Steering Group on Population and Social Statistics, as well as deciding that the Technical Working Group on Disaster-Related Statistics in Asia and the Pacific should continue its work. The committee decided to feature data governance and the production and the use of complementary progress measures in its future work, with emphasis on climate change-related statistics. The committee also decided to conduct a review of the groups and communities of practice supporting the committee's work and propose recommendations to streamline, consolidate, and improve those groups and communities to ensure that they continue to be fit for purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, while we still have much to do, we are making progress and we are confident that we are on the right path. I take the opportunity to thank you and our development partners for commitment to data and statistics and to recognize the significant contributions of Government of China, Japan, Republic of Korea, and the Russian Federation, as well as the Bloomberg Philanthropies Data for Health initiative. We are delivering on the data needs of the 2030 agenda, and we are delivering together. Your support and encouragement are invaluable to our efforts. Thank you very much.
May I now invite the conference rooms officer to play a video from the chair of the 8 sessions of the Governing Councils of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, Dr. Muhammad Uzir Mahidin, Chief Statisticians of the Malaysian International Relations Unit, Department of Statistics, Malaysia, to brief us about the outcomes of the meeting.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be joining the session representing as the chair of the 18th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. The 18th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific was held on 12 and 30 December 2022 in hybrid mode, with members participating in person in Chiba, Japan, and online. During the session, Council members expressed their views on development of e-learning training material and methodologies by the Institute. The Council also considered its regular agenda item, including the report of the Director of the Institute on its achievement in 2022 and the proposed work program and financial plan for 2023. Even under the COVID-19 pandemic, training needs were strong. The Institute organized and delivered virtual interactive training courses. The numbers of participants was 3,300 88 in 2022, the largest in history of the Institute. Delivery of the e-learning courses was supported by a couple of webinars. The Council acknowledged the achievement of the Institute during the pandemic condition. The Council also acknowledged the advantages and disadvantages of e-learning, face-to-face and hybrid training, and recommended that multiple training modality be considered depending on topic and resource availability, noted the importance of having online courses available in language other than English, recognized the need to evaluate training courses in the long term in order to assess their effectiveness and impact, recommended that the training needs survey be conducted on regular basis subject to available resources. The Institute proposed 35 training courses, including 13 e-learning courses, as the work program and financial plan for 2023, with the assumption that COVID-19 situation would improve during 2023. The Council review and endorse the work program and financial plan of the Institute. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to present the outcome of the 18th session of the Governing Council of the Institute to the Commission today.
I now open the floor for comments. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere the time limit of 2 minutes. The first speaker will be Thailand and followed by the Philippines. Thailand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency, distinguished delegates. Thailand appreciates the progress made in advancing official statistics for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. For the emerging issues of how to measure progress beyond gross domestic product, we would like to emphasize the importance to include common regional principle or approaches to user engagement in the development and implementation of well-being and sustainability measures for evidence-based policies. Based on Thailand's strength in robust agricultural activity, rich natural resources, and diversity in terms of both biological resources and physical geography, Bio-Circular Green Economy Model or BCG has been promoted by the Thai government as a new economic model for inclusive and sustainable growth with conform with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Measuring this issue in a cooperative way is also a key beyond GDP. We appreciate the ESCAP ongoing support and cooperation for arrangement and mechanisms to sustain National Statistical Office to meet the growing demand for progress measured beyond GDP. Thailand recognized the expanding of data ecosystem, new data sources, and new methodology which have potential to enable more efficiency to improve quality of official statistics. Data governance framework can support the modernization of official statistics and remove unnecessary barriers to release a full value of statistics. We acknowledge that data governance definition, details, and complication may differ from one country to another. We would like to highlight the critical of having clear-cut understanding of national legal and regulatory framework as well as common understanding of data protection and privacy regulation with international best practice to safeguard rights of participants involved in data activities. Thailand would like to thank ESCAP and all member states for all the in-cash and in-kind contribution to our regional statistics training center. We appreciate CF dedication to providing e-learning, in-person and hybrid training courses, and we encourage CF to include training on leadership, creative thinking, communication, and problem solving. National Statistical Office Thailand endorsed the report of the Governing Council of Statistics Institute for Asia and Pacific with no further objection. Thailand thanks the Regional Steering Group for Civil Registration and Vital Statistics in Asia and the Pacific for the work in supporting the achievement of a universal and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system. We also want to emphasize the need for continued capacity building on database management, system modernization, as well as experience sharing from other countries regarding the role of National Statistical Office in building resilient civil registration and vital statistics system to tackle challenges such as climate change, displaced, and unregistered people. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand, for your statements. The next speaker is the Philippines. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, the Philippines reaffirms its strong support for the proposed actions on the global climate agenda, especially in addressing monitoring gaps. Recognizing the pivotal role of national statistical offices in providing accurate data, the Philippines acknowledges the existing challenges in measuring the impacts and progress of climate change. Therefore, we agree that investing in statistical capacity is paramount in making well-informed decisions and expediting climate action in the Asia-Pacific region. We commend the efforts of the Statistical Commission in assisting countries in developing climate change statistics and tailored indicators that align with their specific requirements. We understand the significance of adhering to the global set of climate change statistics and indicators and are actively engaged in initiatives to compile them. While we are yet to establish air and water emission accounts based on the System of Environmental Economic Accounting Central Framework, we are open to exploring these domains and would greatly appreciate any guidance provided. At present, the Philippines, through the Philippine Statistics Authority, is actively compiling water, minerals, and energy accounts for the country. Furthermore, we are involved in research and development endeavors to compile material flow, timber asset, energy flow, biodiversity, mangrove, disaster risk reduction expenditures, and land asset accounts. Additionally, under the guidance of the United Nations Statistics Division, we are implementing a project entitled Environmental Economic Accounting for Evidence-Based Policy in Africa and Asia, which aims to overcome technical and institutional barriers to routinely producing environmental economic accounts. The Philippines also concurs that collective action is indispensable for effectively addressing the challenges posed by climate change. Consequently, we are committed to collaborating with our partners throughout the national data ecosystem to establish priorities and implement initiatives. Recently, we established the Technical Working Group on Climate Change and Disaster-Related Statistics to address data gaps and concerns relevant to climate change adaptation, mitigation, and disaster risk reduction management in our planning and policymaking processes. The Philippines firmly believes that through effective collaboration and partnerships, we can pool our resources and expertise to accelerate our efforts towards achieving a climate-resilient future in the region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the Philippines, for the statement. And next speaker is China, followed by Bangladesh.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生、女士们、先生们，过去1年 ，ESCAP 秘书处积极开展统计领域的区域合作，提升亚太各国的官方统计能力。中方赞赏并支持秘书处的努力。中国政府高度重视国家统计工作，坚守统计数据质量这一生命线。中国推进碳排放统计核算，完善数字经济统计的监测核算。中国建立健全统计网络和数据安全制度，大力推进部门统计信息的共享。中国今年将开展第5次全国经济普查，着手建立共同富裕统计指标体系。 中方积极参与区域统计领域的合作，通过中国联合国和平发展基金、中国 ESCAP 合作基金，中方支持 ESCAP 开展项目，提升区域国家在落实2030年可持续发展议程中的数据统计能力。中方积极支持亚太统计研究所的工作，持续向项目提供捐款支持，并担任理事会成员。今年，中方将继续向项目捐款7万美元。联合国大数据全球平台中国区域中心成立2年来，积极推动将大数据和数据科学应用于官方统计和可持续发展目标的落实。上个月，第4届联合国世界数据论坛在中国浙江省杭州市举办，为全球数据生产和使用者深化数据创新应用与合作提供了良好的交流平台。主席先生，为统计亚太地区落实可持续发展目标，各方应完善计量方法，努力提升统计的数据数量与质量，加强各部门的统筹协调，应强化伙伴关系，提高统计系统的韧性与包容性，应用好 ESCAP 平台，加强统计区域的经验交流、技术分享、能力建设和项目合作。中方也愿与亚太各方积极开展统计研究与合作，为政府决策和公共服务提供有力的数据支撑，更好地促进亚太可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you, China, for your statements. Next speaker is Bangladesh, followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh endorsed the decisions made by the Committee of Statistics in its 8th session. Especially, it appreciates the decision to work on data governance in its future work, with an emphasis on sharing country experiences and facilitating the provision of technical assistance in the areas of comprehensive progress measures toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, data governance, and statistical infrastructure. Bangladesh also appreciates the contribution of SIAP in statistical capacity building over the years. Excellencies, Bangladesh has made significant efforts over the years in increasing its capacity for adaptation and resilience through the formulation and subsequent implementation of required policies and regulatory frameworks for enabling climate resilient sustainable development by producing reliable statistics. As the National Statistical Organization, Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics has already formulated the Bangladesh Environmental Statistical Framework 2016 to 2030, which is in alignment with both international and regional strategies and frameworks. Building on this long-term framework, the government is currently endeavoring to enhance the country's statistics pertaining to the environment, climate change, and disasters. Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics has been implementing a project aiming at generating environment, natural resources, biodiversity, climate change, and disaster-related statistics for the institutionalization of environmental statistics in the country. It will be possible to provide information on 21 SDG indicators as data sources. This will also play an important role in obtaining the relevant data for the targets of the Sendai framework. Already has prepared and published a number of environmental statistics like Bangladesh Environmental Statistics 2020, Bangladesh Disaster Related Statistics, and so on. Mr. Chair, overall, these evidence-based policy measures demonstrate the government's commitment to combat the impacts of climate change using a data-driven approach. By using scientific evidence to inform policy decisions, the government can effectively address the challenges posed by climate change in Bangladesh. We need more technical support and capacity building from UN agencies and development partners. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh has a high-level political commitment and coordination mechanism for improving its integrated resilient civil registration and vital statistics approach. After the first ministerial conference on CRVS for Asia and the Pacific, we stepped up measures to achieve which is aligned with our development plan of becoming an upper middle income country by 2031 and a smart country by 2041. In addition of the 6 major components of civil registration, which is birth, death, marriage, divorce, adoption, and cause of death, Bangladesh included primary and secondary enrollment and planned to include migration in and migration out in the CRVS system. Bangladesh has recognized the importance of CRVS as the foundation of the identity system. We believe that international and regional support and cooperation will play a significant role to establish a more resilient CRVS system in Bangladesh. Finally, we are committed to fulfilling the declaration of the CRVS Decade Agenda, which is Get Everyone in the Picture by 2024, and the target of SDG legal identity for all, including birth registration by 2030. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Bangladesh, for your statements. The next speaker is Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the host government of CEAP, Japan highly appreciates CEAP's work, including its implementation of training programs via e-learning systems, even amid the COVID-19 pandemic. We support the Governing Council of CEAP's recommendation that the training modalities of e-learning, face-to-face training, and hybrid training be considered according to the topics and objectives of each training program in the future, so that CEAP's training programs can be conducted more effectively. We also expect CEAP in an appropriate manner to be responsive to issues and themes that are in high demand in the region, such as climate change, informal labor, quality of statistics, along with other global issues related to the 2030 Agenda. Japan, as the host government of CEAP, is very grateful for the contributions to CEAP made by ESCAP member and associate member states, as well as by some international organizations. We recognize these contributions resulting from tireless efforts of stakeholders, including the director of CEAP and the ESCAP Secretariat, and also testimony of the contributors' in-depth understanding of CEAP's training programs being rooted on the needs of the countries in the region. Japan, as the host government of CEAP, has been striving to provide as much cooperation and support to CEAP as possible over the years. Despite fiscal challenges, we have increased our cash contributions to CEAP for 2023, exceeding the amount in the previous fiscal year. We would like to continue to systematically improve the training environment via in-kind contributions so that CEAP can respond more effectively and appropriately to various training needs of the countries in the region. Lastly, we'd like to stress that the expansion and diversification of financial resources is essential for the ongoing implementation of CEAP training programs in response to increasing training needs for CEAP support. While we are doing our best to support CEAP as the host government, we do hope that ESCAP member and associate member states, along with international organizations, can also step up and consider making contributions of all forms to CEAP's programs in order to ensure the stability and sustainability of CEAP's training programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan, for your statements. Would any other delegation like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none, so I would like to give the floor to the youth representative.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, youth advocates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, ESCAP and ESCAP, for giving youth the opportunity to speak. I'm Prim Rajasaram Wongkosamongkon. I'm APFSD Youth Representative and a UN Youth Representative at the UN World Data Forum. Statistics is a key role in data-driven solutions in climate action, and youth must come in forefront. Youth-led to amplify innovative efforts. We call for data-driven methods for disaggregated data for SDG solutions, policymaking, and inclusive data for vulnerable groups. We, the youth, are the key contributor in generating data and analyzing data. And we need a rapid boost in data and statistics. The data will move a systematic approach. And getting everyone into the picture in a world that counts, we need funding for big data. Collaborate together with public, private, and civil society for an open, quality, and timely data where we can raise awareness that this is a world we all live in. We must use data for forecasting and looking into the future, where we can have accurate models such as AI, artificial intelligence, and for climate risk analysis, adaptation, and mitigation for early warning system. We, the youth, call for collaboration all over the world to be really important, that better climate leads to better life and better economy. So let's have an inclusive data with youth at the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now take up agenda item 6 on the activities of the advisory committee of permanent representative and other representative designated by members of the commissions. Under this agenda item, we are considering the document ESCAP/79/23 entitled Report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representative and other representative designated by members of the commission. I would like to invite the rapporteur of the advisory committee, His Excellency Mr. Ginsang Dorji, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Bhutan to ESCAP, to present the report of the ICPR to the Commission. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I'm honored to introduce to you today the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by member of the Commission on its activities since the last session of the Commission in May 2022 until March of this year. As you know, the Commission, in its resolution 78/2, had entrusted the Advisory Committee with several functions, including strengthening close cooperation and consultation between Member States and the Secretariat, serving as a deliberative forum for substantive exchange of views, and providing guidance on the formulation of the ESCAP agenda, as well as advising the Executive Secretary on the program of work and preparation for the Commission and its subsidiary committees. In the elapsed time since the last session of the Commission, the committee has done just that. The Advisory Committee held 6 regular sessions during the past year. In addition, the Advisory Committee convenes its informal working group on draft resolution, which was chaired by Mr. Armand Isitop, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP, and Mr. Sukmo Yohono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, to negotiate the draft resolution and decisions before their submission or to this session of the Commission for informal adoption. Chair, allow me to highlight a few key activities of the Advisory Committee during the period under review from document ESCAP/79/23 placed before you. The Advisory Committee reviewed the outcome of the 78th session of the Commission and provided advice and guidance on the implementation of the resolutions adopted at that session. The Advisory Committee reviewed the preparations made by the Secretariat for the current 79th session of the Commission. Members of the Advisory Committee also closely reviewed preparations for an outcome of a broad range of meetings convened by ESCAP in several sectoral streams, including environment, social development, trade, investment, enterprise and business innovation, disaster risk reduction, information and communications technology, science, technology and innovation, statistics, and transport. Furthermore, the Advisory Committee reviewed the preparations for the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development. The Advisory Committee also examined the outcome of the session of the Governing Council of the regional institution of ESCAP. Throughout the year, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP regularly informed the Advisory Committee of activities relating to priority issues of the United Nations and of ESCAP, an outcome of her virtual participations and engagements in major meetings, cooperation between member states and the Secretariat, and administrative and program matters concerning ESCAP. Regular updates on the reforms of the United Nations Development System were also regularly provided to the Advisory Committee. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. To sum up, the Advisory Committee provided valuable advice and guidance to the Secretariat in the past year while remaining conscious of the importance of monitoring the implementation of Commission resolutions and improving coordination among all relevant stakeholders, pursuing the economic, social, and environmental agenda of ESCAP. As a rapporteur of the ACPR, it is my honor to hereby submit for consideration by the Commission the report of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives and other representatives designated by member of the Commission. I look forward to comments from the meeting and would be pleased to entertain any questions there may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to open now the floor for the delegation wishes to take the floor to make their statements on the agenda item 6. And I would like to remind all speakers to adhere the time of limit, the 2 minutes. I recognize delegates of China wishes to take the floor.
谢谢主席先生。主席先生、女士们、先生们，首先，我想感谢不丹大使钦藏多吉先生所做的报告。过去1年，常驻代表咨询委员会定期举办会议，就 ESCAP 的重要会议与活动、ESCAP 秘书处的工作等问题进行有效沟通协调，积极推动有关决议和区域行动计划的落实。中方对 ACPR 成员的建设性工作表示祝贺与赞赏，也感谢秘书处对 ACPR 工作的支持。中方期待 ACPR 成员和 ESCAP 秘书处加强沟通合作，推进 ACPR 成为各成员友好交流、团结协作的平台。中方也将支持 ESCAP 继续履行职责，发挥区域经济社会发展合作平台的作用，为促进亚太可持续发展做出更大贡献。谢谢。
Thank you, delegates of China, for your statements. Would you, any other delegation would like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see Fiji.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning, colleagues. Let me at the outset take this opportunity to thank His Excellency for the excellent report of the ACPR. As you know, the report reflects the work of the ACPR throughout the year, and it is important in the report to reflect the engagements that some of our missions that are not located in Bangkok. I'm highlighting this point, Mr. Chair, due to the fact that sustainable development should embrace all participations of all stakeholders, particularly nation states who are vulnerable and who are not located here or residents here in Bangkok to utilize this important platform. So my request, Chair, in addition to the report, if you can continue to seize the moment, utilize the moment of using the hybrid hybrid methodology, which has enabled members who are not located here to participate effectively in the work of the ACPR. I, for one, my delegation is not resident here in Bangkok. We are in Jakarta, and we have been able to participate through hybrid meetings. And we would like that emphasis to continue, because if it is not, then the work of the ACPR will be incomplete, as most of us cannot be able to participate in person, of course, due to cost of attending meetings personally. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to emphasize the point that to be inclusive in the process, ACPR needs to be innovative and include meeting and communications methodologies like hybrid meetings, use of technologies to enable us to participate in the meetings. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates of Fiji, for the statements. And I will give the opportunity to the Secretary to give the information on this.
Thank you very much, Chair, and many thanks to the distinguished delegate of Fiji for those remarks. And I'm pleased to inform all delegates that the hybrid modality will continue for ACPR meetings. That would enable delegations that are not represented in Bangkok, for example, Fiji, but there's many others, to continue to participate actively in the ACPR meetings. So rest assured that the Secretary will continue to facilitate the participation of all ACPR members, regardless of whether they're based in Bangkok or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Would any other delegations like to take the floor under this agenda item? I see none. So I conclude the discussions on agenda item 6. And now we move to agenda item 7. The agenda item 7 is the date, venue, and theme topic for the 80th sessions of the Commission's 2024. Under this agenda item, the Commission is considering document ESCAP/79/24. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Lorenzo Santucci, Secretary of the Commission, to deliver an introductory statement.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. The document before you contains information concerning the proposed dates and venue for the 80th Commission session in 2024, as well as for its theme topic and the proposed issues to be covered by the theme study. It is proposed that the 80th session be held from 22 to 26 April 2024 at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok. With regards to the theme topic for the 80th session of the Commission, after deliberations among member states within the informal working group on draft resolutions, it is proposed that the 80th session of the Commission be guided by the theme Leveraging Digital Innovation for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. The Commission is therefore requested to confirm the recommendations for both the proposed dates and proposed theme topic for the 80th session as contained in draft decision 14 in document ESCAP/79/L2. And we would like to remind all delegates that the draft decisions were circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Santucci. And I would like now to open the floor to delegates for statements under agenda item 7. I would like to remind all speakers to adhere the time limit of 2 minutes. Would any other delegation to take the floor for this agenda item? I see none. So, sorry, China. No? No. So I see none. So I conclude the discussion on agenda item 7. We shall proceed to consider agenda item 8, other matters. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representative of members to 79 sessions of the commissions in accordance with the Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commissions. The Bureau of the 79 Commission session examined the credentials of representatives of 49 member states submitted in accordance with Rule 11 of the Rule of Procedures of the Commissions and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any actions on the credential pertaining to the representative of Myanmar at the 79th Commission sessions, pending the decisions by the General Assembly on the representations of Myanmar and in line with the General Assembly Resolution 396 5 Rome of the 14 December 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credential Committee of the General Assembly at its 77th session. May I take that it is the wish of the Commission to take the note of the report of the Chair and Vice Chair? I see no objection. It is so decided. I now turn to the result of the elections to the governing councils of the ASEAN and the Pacific Center for the Transfer of Technology. The following members have been elected as members of the governing councils of the ASEAN and the Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology for the terms 2023-2026 in addition to the host country, India, namely Bangladesh, China, Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, the Philippines, Republics of Korea, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Thailand, and Uzbekistan. I congratulate all the members of the successful elections of the governing councils of the APCTT. I now return to the matter of exercise of the right of reply, as the right of reply was requested by the representative of Japan yesterday morning under agenda item 4C, and the representative requested to exercise her right of reply under this agenda item. In these connections, I would like to remind all delegation that statements in the exercise of right of reply are limited to 3 minutes for the first interventions and 2 minutes for the second intervention, if any. I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd like to exercise our right of reply to the statement made by China yesterday under agenda item 4C. References are made with regard to the discharge of treated water under the Advanced Liquid Processing System, or ALPS, at Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Station into the sea. There was a statement on discharge of nuclear contaminated water by the delegate of China. This requires a correction. The water to be discharged is treated water whose concentrations of radioactive materials are far below the regulatory standard after a series of dilution of ALPS treated water that has been purified extensively. The government of Japan is committed to never approve the discharge of water into the sea in a manner that endangers human health and the marine environment. Japan has been taking measures strictly abiding by relevant international law while giving due consideration to international practice. We plan to continue to search course of action now and in the future. Japan, as a responsible IAEA member, has been carrying out the process of handling ALPS treated water under IAEA's rigorous review and will closely cooperate with the agency. However, China seems to have an intention to dismiss and distort such a process. China continues to intentionally distort the facts and make one-sided claims that have no scientific basis without even scrutinizing explanations provided by Japan. Japan has informed China many times that we are willing to provide scientific and professional explanations individually regarding the discharge of the ALPS treated water, but we have received no response from China. China's recent attempts in negotiation for text of outcome documents to claim that so-called nuclear contaminated water is an internationally agreed language by inserting and forging this phrase into an existing UN General Assembly resolution have been confirmed. And the fact that China has taken up this matter at this forum that works on climate change in the SDGs context appears to be an indication of its interest to politicize this matter. To be clear, the government of Japan has been explaining this matter to the international community in a highly transparent manner based on scientific evidence, and will continue to do so. We strongly urge China to communicate with Japan on this matter from a scientific standpoint. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I recognize China would like to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. China would like to exercise our right to reply to the remarks made by the delegate of Japan. First of all, I would like to reiterate our firm rejection to the accusations made by the delegate of Japan about this politicization and the misinformation provided by the delegate of Japan. Chair, until now, the Fukushima nuclear accident has generated more than 1.3 million tons of contaminated water, with about 100 tons being further produced every day. According to the research by a German Marine Research Institute, within 57 days of the discharge of the Fukushima nuclear contaminated water, the radiative materials will spread to most of the Pacific Ocean, and within 10 years, we are expected to the waters across the whole world. Mr. Chair, today, unlike claimed by the delegate of Japan, Japan has not yet provided science-based and credible explanations on key issues, such as the legitimacy of its discharge program, the reliability of the nuclear contaminated water, the effectiveness of the treatment system, and the uncertainty in the environment impact. Japan has not conducted full and meaningful consultations with stakeholders, including the neighboring countries. The international organization has not completed the assessment of Japan's disposal program, let alone reached concrete conclusions. Under such circumstances, Japan has been bent on forcibly approving the discharge program of the nuclear contaminated water and has been accelerating the preparations for the discharge. Such behavior is extremely irresponsible. Mr. Chair, Japan once proposed at least 5 options for dealing with nuclear contaminated water, but the Japanese government chose the cheapest and the fastest way of dumping the water into the sea at the cost of all other the whole world. Japan has indicated that the nuclear contaminated water after treatment is completely harmless. If that is really true, then there would be other ways of discharge, including discharging the water into its own rivers or lakes. Mr. Chair, Japan has never taken the concerns of the international community seriously, nor has it showed sincerity to conduct dialogue and address the concerns of neighboring countries. And we request Japan to provide comprehensive and detailed response to the second joint list of technical questions from China, Russia. Japan should make a public statement that it does not intend to continue pushing forward the ocean discharge plan and should commit itself to assessing the alternatives to ocean discharge with all the stakeholders, including neighboring countries. Otherwise, with Japan going on their own way, communication at the expert level could at best be one-way explanation. And then what's the point of that? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now call on the representative of Japan for second intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to the exercise of right of reply by the representative of China, I will not repeat all my remarks, but would like to stress the following 3 points. First, after the dilution, the concentration of tritium will be 1/40 of the regulatory standard and 1/7 of the WHO drinking water standard, and the concentration of radioactive materials other than tritium will be less than 1/100 of the regulatory standard. Second, with regard to the assessment of radiological environment impacts that was conducted in line with international guidelines, the results showed, for example, that the impact on humans is to be about 1/1000th of the radiation dose received from a single dental X-ray. Third, the most harmful thing to Japan's recovery from the Great East Japan earthquake is the reputational damage caused by malicious political and scientifically unsubstantiated rumors. The recent political communications by the Chinese diplomatic authorities with no scientific basis have increased such harmful reputational damage and have greatly harmed the feelings of the Japanese people, especially the disaster-affected areas, including Fukushima, which is my hometown where my parents and friends live. They are making great efforts every day to recover from the disaster. What I'd like to reiterate is that the government of Japan will continue to explain its efforts to the international community in a transparent manner and is willing to discuss the details based on scientific evidence at appropriate fora with relevant expertise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now I call the representative of China for the second intervention.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me express my sincere sympathy to the delegate of Japan and the victims of this earthquake and this nuclear disaster. As you may have known, that China has extended our assistance for the victims of the earthquake when it happened. Here, I would like to reiterate 2 points. The first point is Japan has not yet provided science-based and credible explanations on key issues. Just as I said, the legitimacy of a discharge program, the reliability of nuclear contaminated water, the effectiveness of the treatment system, and the uncertainty in the environmental impact. The second point is, in November 2022, China and Russia gave Japan the second joint list of technical questions, but have not received any adequate and convincing response yet. Mr. Chair, the sea level rise, extreme weather caused by climate change are already posing serious threat to the ecology of the Asia-Pacific countries, particularly Pacific Island countries. Once a large amount of nuclear contaminated water is discharged into the sea, it will lead to a serious marine ecological disaster and can have an enormous impact on the economic and social development and human health of all Asia-Pacific. In particular, the residents of the island countries may be forced to be displaced and return to poverty, which will deal a serious blow to the economic, social development of the entire region. Neighboring countries as China, Russia, the Republic of Korea, DPRK, some ASEAN countries, and the Pacific Island countries have repeatedly expressed their grave concern over Japan's wrong decision. More than 43% of people in Japan are also against the ocean discharge, and over 90% of the people in Japan believe this move will lead to negative effects. Chair, China again urges Japan to take an objective and science-based approach and dispose of the nuclear contaminated water in a way that is safe and consistent with international law, the international safety standards, and good practice. Chair, there is a famous Japanese superhero TV series, Ultraman. There is also a famous Japanese movie series, Godzilla. However, no one in the Pacific or the world want to see a real Godzilla bring into reality.
Delegates of China, can you wrap up the statement?
Because we don't have Ultraman to fight the beast. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Turning now to other matters. Would any delegation wish to take the floor on any pertinent matter that has not been covered during the course of our deliberations? I see none. So now I would like to give the floor to the Pakistan delegation to give their statements on the agenda item 4I, since the delegates of Pakistan couldn't make any statement yesterday. Pakistan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I start my statement. Respected delegates, Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I would like to present my sincere compliments to ESCAP for organizing this event. Mr. Chair, Pakistan attaches great importance to utilization of space-based assets and their applications for achieving objectives of Sustainable Development Goals. Pakistan is the country to adopt SDGs 2030 through anonymous resolution of Parliament. Pakistan has also ratified Paris Climate Agreement and is a state party to Sendai Framework on Disaster Mitigation. Our ratification and acceptance of these agreements is an indication of our commitments towards sustainable development. Pakistan Space and Upper Atmosphere Research Commission, being the National Space Agency of Pakistan, is determined to utilize and promote the use of space technology and its application for achieving sustainable development targets in the country. During first phase of plan of actions, Pakistan has undertaken total 21 actions. These actions comprises of more than 100 projects from ministries and government departments related to space applications under thematic areas of disaster risk reduction, management of natural resources, and climate change. Mr. Chair, National Disaster Risk Management Fund partnered with SOPARCO for developing a national catastrophe risk assessment model at national level. The project will assess impacts of climate change on flood, drought, and cyclone hazards and their frequency and magnitude. The model will eventually help in physical vulnerability and risk assessment at national level against seismic and hydrological metal hazards. So PARCO provide space-based information to National Disaster Management Authority and provide Provincial Disaster Management Authority during all phases of natural disasters in the country, including preparedness, response, recovery, mitigation in the events of natural disaster. Flood, drought, landslide, gulf, and earthquakes are normal disasters that we are facing. And we all know that Pakistan has seriously been struck by flash flood hazard in the last year. Mr. Chair, satellite-based crop monitoring system was also developed in the country in collaboration with United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. The system not only provides temporal and synoptic view of the cropped area, but also provides quick and precise crop statistics to the Ministry of Food Security. Satellite technology is also effectively being used for monitoring forestation campaign in Pakistan. With repeated forestation campaign, there is a significant increase in the mangrove forest of Pakistan and the other forest on the terrestrial land. So PARCO is working in collaborative research projects with Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization with the aim to monitor the changes in the mangrove forest from the past 3 decades. All such efforts contribute towards the SDGs of climate actions and life on land. Mr. Chair, Pakistan is exerting continuous efforts to increase the indigenous capacities in space technology and its application to assist in the socio-economic development of the country. By and large, Pakistan has so far made efforts to contribute in the most of the SDGs, and we are constantly making efforts to develop space solutions to all possible areas of SDGs while seeking international partnerships and collaborations. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the efforts of ESCAP for regional cooperation among the member states in first phase of plan of actions, and I hope this cooperation will continue in the second phase of plan of actions as well. I thank you all.
Thank you, delegates of Pakistan, for your statement. This brings us to the conclusions of agenda item 8. We will now break and reconvene this afternoon at 14 hours Bangkok time sharp to finalize agenda item 9 on the adoptions of the report of the commissions. Just before we proceed to the break, may I call on the Secretary to the Commission to make any announcement.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, the Secretary wishes to remind participants to please take a few minutes to complete the online survey that has been uploaded on the Commission website under the Overview tab. You will also see a signage at the entrance of the conference room providing the link to the survey and the QR code, which you can also see on the screen now. We kindly ask each delegation to please complete a questionnaire. Your feedback will help improve the quality of the services and the support that we provide to all delegations. And we thank you in advance for your valuable feedback. I would also like to remind all delegates that all the documents pertaining to agenda item 9, adoption of the report, which will be considered this afternoon at 14 hours, including the draft report, the draft resolutions and decisions, are being made available on the password-protected website of the Advisory Committee of Permanent Representatives. The credentials to access the website have been communicated to all seats of government, but should you require access, please contact your assigned liaison officer. Lastly, I would also like to remind all delegates that during the lunch break, there will be some more side events. And as you can see now on the screen, all events for today are also listed on the website. These events are open to all participants, and most of them are held in a hybrid format as well, so participants can join online. Details of all these events are available on the Commission website, and we encourage all participants to join these activities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, it is increasingly clear that the attainment of sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific requires urgent action.
The people of the Pacific cannot afford to wait for change any longer, and we look forward to our fellow Asian leaders to join us in this journey to ensure that we prosper together and leave no one behind.
It is by joining forces that the countries in the Asia and the Pacific can hasten action on climate change and thus lay the foundation for a more hopeful and sustainable future for all in the region and beyond.
Climate change remains the single greatest threat to the well-being, livelihoods, and security of Pacific peoples.
The world must move into emergency mode to seriously and fully address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to quickly create clear and predictable, low carbon and climate resilient policy frameworks.
So, we stand before you today, representing the young people of our region, whose survival and future is at stake. We are dedicated and committed to climate action.
Climate change is not a fight for power, it's a fight for survival, and together we will conquer. Thank you.
So I ask all the ministers here, think of the most ambitious emissions outcomes you can promise in Dubai.
Our survival is no longer up for debate. We must heed the warnings. We must be prepared. We must take collective action. We must work together and take bold steps toward a low carbon, climate resilient future that leaves no man, no woman, and no nation behind.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and no. All ESCAP colleagues, can you please come forward to the stage so that we can prepare for the group photo with the executive secretary? Don't be shy. I know none of you are shy, so please come forward to the stage. Okay, bye. Yeah, thanks. Problem wasn't even my eye. It looks worse than it is. Yeah. Hi. How are you? Huh? Yeah. That's the story. Corey, you want to give us some preliminary instructions on how to line up? Corey, you want to give us some preliminary instructions on how to line up? How do you want people?
Nicely photographed, huh?
Yeah.
What happened to your hand, man?
Huh?
That day it was not there, right?
It was.
How did I miss it?
I had a shirt on it. Hello.
I think we might have to do 2 layers at the back.
Okay.
The tallest people.
Okay.
And then if you could just reiterate to people if they can't see me, then I can't see them.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. Can I get everybody's attention for just a quick moment? Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, can I get everybody's attention for just a quick moment? We need 2 lines in the back behind the
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, let us resume our deliberations. We will now take up the final item, agenda item 9, adoption of the report of the Commission. At the outset, I wish to invite the chair of the working group on draft resolution, His Excellency Mr. Aman Isetov, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP, to report to us on the work of the working group.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, allow me at the outset to thank the Commission for entrusting in me and Mr. Sukmoy Wona, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, the responsibility of chairing and vice-chairing the working group on draft resolutions. We enjoyed the honor of working with each of the distinguished delegates in the working group. I wish to extend to them our deepest thanks for their active participation in the deliberations and for the flexibility demonstrated right from the beginning of our informal sessions. This year, the working group on draft resolutions had a particularly challenging work, as its deliberations were held in a hybrid format and with a heavy workload. And while countries had different views at times, in the end, all delegations showed the spirit of cooperation, which enabled the working group to reach a successful outcome. Also, I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Secretariat throughout all of our consultations over the last month and a half. I speak for the entire working group when I say that the support provided by them is greatly appreciated. Madam Chair, based on the discussions held within the Advisory Committee of the Permanent Representatives, Member States agreed to consider 10 resolutions. Allow me to say a few words on this. The resolution entitled Implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023-2032 will be key in advancing the 6 priority areas of accelerated actions for disability inclusive development outlined in the declaration in the decade to come. The resolution on the implementation of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific recognizes the contribution of space technologies and their applications to sustainable development, and will help advance the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Applications for Sustainable Development 2018-2030. Cooperation among countries to seize the opportunities and address the challenges of urbanization and urban sprawl will be promoted through the resolution on advancing regional cooperation for sustainable urban development and localization of the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific. By endorsing the Ministerial Declaration on protecting our planet through regional cooperation and solidarity in Asia and the Pacific, and the Regional Action Program on Air Pollution, Member States have reaffirmed the importance of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment and have committed to respond to the transboundary challenges posed by air pollution, which affects most of the population in our region. Inclusive digital connectivity and transformation in the region will be boosted through the implementation of the resolution on promoting digital cooperation and inclusion through the Action Plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022-2026. Furthermore, through this resolution, the Commission has also decided to convene a ministerial conference on digital inclusion and transformation, which the government of Kazakhstan has kindly offered to host in 2024. The resolution on supporting the sustainable development of the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states in Asia and the Pacific reaffirms the Commission's commitment and support to countries in special situations. Importantly, it will further enable the Commission to deliver on the Doha Programme of Action for least developed countries and to take
Stockholm Vienna Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries, and of the SEED's Accelerated Modalities of Action Samoa Pathway. The resolution on the consideration of the modalities for the establishment of the United Nations Special Program for the RLC Basin will provide an opportunity for countries in the region to better understand the consequences of disasters in the RLC water basin with a view to minimizing the impacts. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me take a moment to highlight the importance of the resolution entitled Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. By committing to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts, countries in the region have not only reinforced their climate goals, but they have also committed to accelerate the pace at which we enable our economies and societies to face one of the greatest challenges of our time. This resolution will also guide the support of ESCAP to its member states in this regard. In a similar manner, ocean-based action to combat climate will also boost it through the resolution on regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on oceans in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Finally, the resolution on accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for a better future for all in Asia and the Pacific has reinforced the urgency of leaving no one behind and will serve as an avenue to convey the messages of the Asia-Pacific region to the SDG Summit that will be held later this year. While the informal working group on draft resolutions facilitated consultations in the lead-up to the session, as per usual practice, all negotiations had to be concluded prior to the session, in light of the hybrid modality of the session. In this connection, and in order to align the procedures of ESCAP with those of its parent body, the Economic and Social Council, the informal working group adopted a silence procedure in line with ECOSOC Decision 2022/312 of 16th February 2022. In this regard, Madam Chair, I am pleased to report that the draft resolutions and the decisions before the Commission for adoption today have undergone a silence procedure at least 72 hours as agreed by the informal working group, and that during this silence procedure no objections were raised. Madam Chair, it is now my honor to present to the Commission this year's draft resolutions as recommended by the Working Group on Draft Resolutions for adoption by the Commission. Implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023-2032 as contained in document ESCAP/79/L3, sponsored by the delegations of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji, the Maldives, Mongolia, and the Russian Federation. Implementation of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L4, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegations of the Russian Federation, Singapore, and Thailand. Advancing regional cooperation for sustainable urban development and localization of the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L5, sponsored by the delegation of Malaysia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and the Republic of Korea. Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Protecting Our Planet through Regional Cooperation and Solidarity in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L6, sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegation of Maldives. Promoting digital cooperation and inclusion through the action plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022-2026, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L7, sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Kazakhstan and of the Republic of Korea. Supporting the sustainable development of the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states in Asia in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L8, sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and the Maldives. Consideration of the modalities of the establishment of the United Nations Special Program for the RLC Basin, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L9, sponsored by the delegation of Turkmenistan and co-sponsored by the delegations of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Singapore, and Turkey. Accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L10, sponsored by the delegation of Maldives and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and Vietnam. Regional cooperation to accelerate climate action on oceans and in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L11, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegation of Maldives. Accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for a Better Future for All in Asia and the Pacific, as contained in document ESCAP/79/L12, sponsored by the delegation of Maldives and co-sponsored by the delegation of Fiji and Vietnam. Madam Chair, these are the draft resolutions which the informal working group has recommended for adoption by the Commission and which have undergone the silence procedure. I thank you and the distinguished delegates for your support and cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Izetov, for this report. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, we will now consider the draft resolutions presented to the Commission. We will begin with draft resolution contained in document ESCAP/79/L3 entitled Implementation of the Jakarta Declaration on the Asia and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023 to 2032, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegation of Fiji, the Maldives, Mongolia, and the Russian Federation. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolutions were circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? May I invite the representative of China to take the floor?
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，中方决定共提此决议。谢谢。
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of China, for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L4 entitled Implementation of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in the Asia and Pacific, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegation of the Russian Federation, Singapore, and Thailand. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I would like to invite the representative from the Philippines to take the floor.
Madam Chair, the Philippines would like to co-sponsor the resolution. Thank you.
I also wish to invite the representative of China to take the floor.
谢谢主席女士，中方决定共提此决议草案，谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegates from the Philippines and China for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L5 entitled Advancing Regional Cooperation for Sustainable Urban Development and Localization of the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific, sponsored by the delegation of Malaysia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and the Republic of Korea. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I'd like to invite the representative of the United States of America to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to co-sponsor this resolution.
I would like to invite the representative of China to take the floor.
谢谢主席女士，中国代表团决定共提此决议，谢谢。
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the United States of America and China for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions containing document ESCAP/79/L6 entitled Implementation of the Ministerial Declaration on Protecting Our Planet through Regional Cooperation and Solidarity in Asia and the Pacific, sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegation of Maldives. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? May I invite the representative of Iran to take the floor?
Thank you, Madam. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Madam Chair, at the outset, the Islamic Republic of Iran takes this opportunity to express our appreciation to the permanent representative and delegation of Maldives and Mongolia for their facilitation of resolution on implementation on the Ministerial Declaration on Protecting Our Planet through Regional Cooperation and Solidarity in Asia and the Pacific, emphasizing on the common but differentiated responsibilities. We reiterate that the environment in our region is a single and interrelated ecosystem and should be protected by multilateral, intergovernmental, and regional cooperation along with national programs. The environmental crisis, including land degradation, water crisis, desertification, and finally the terrible phenomena of sand and storms in the east of Asia and other parts of the region have become a huge and serious human crisis. Sand and storm have particularly deprived some affected countries from clean air and oxygen and have threatened the right of life and the right to health and have had a determinal impact of economic and social life of nations in the region and beyond. In this regard, and with the reiterating the adverse effects of severe and long-standing rule of implication of climate change in the shape of the stand and the storm, we emphasize on the high significance of the timely and complete implementation of regional plan of action on stand and the storm in Asia and the Pacific adopted during the 78th session of ESCAP. Furthermore, and in this regard, we call the regional ministerial meeting on environmental cooperation for a better future held on 12 July 22 in Tehran, and its importance in strengthening regional and interregional collaboration to mitigate the negative effects of climate change, including sand and storm, different desertification, and water scarcity. My delegation would like to request this explanation of position to be put on the official reports and related documents of this session. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Your statement will be reflected in the appropriate place by the Secretariat. I now invite the distinguished representative of Fiji to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fiji wishes to also register and join Mongolia, Maldives as co-sponsor of this resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Fiji for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which would be reflected as appropriate. Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L7 entitled Promoting Digital Cooperation and Inclusion through the Action Plan for Implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022 to 2026, sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Kazakhstan and the Republic of Korea. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L8 entitled Supporting the Sustainable Development of the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and the Small Island Developing States in Asia and the Pacific, co-sponsored by the delegation of Mongolia and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and Maldives. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? Thank you. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L9 entitled Consideration of the Modalities for the Establishment of the United Nations Special Program for the Aral Sea Basin, sponsored by the delegation of Turkmenistan and co-sponsored by the delegations of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Singapore, and Turkey. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I now would like to invite the distinguished delegate from the Philippines to take the floor.
Madam Chair, the Philippines would like to co-sponsor the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Philippines, for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. I would now invite the distinguished representative of China to take the floor.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，中方愿意共提此决议，谢谢。
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of China for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Do I now take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L10 entitled Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development, sponsored by the delegation of Maldives and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and Vietnam. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I invite the distinguished representative of Indonesia to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to co-sponsor the resolution. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to invite the distinguished representative of Australia to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would also like to co-sponsor this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Indonesia and Australia for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L11 entitled Regional Cooperation to Accelerate Climate Action on Oceans in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development, sponsored by the delegation of Indonesia and co-sponsored by the delegation of Maldives. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I would like to invite the distinguished representative of Fiji to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fiji wishes to join the Republic of Indonesia and Maldives in co-sponsoring this resolution. I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Fiji for your co-sponsorship of the resolution, which will be reflected as appropriate. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. We will now consider the draft resolutions contained in document ESCAP/79/L12 entitled Accelerating the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for a Better Future for All in Asia and the Pacific, sponsored by the delegation of the Maldives and co-sponsored by the delegations of Fiji and Vietnam. May I remind all delegations that the draft resolution was circulated to all member states under silence procedure and that no objections were raised. The draft resolution is therefore presented to the Commission for adoption. Are there any comments at this time? I would like to invite the distinguished representative of Iran to take the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam Chairman, the Islamic Republic of Iran takes this opportunity to express our appreciation to the permanent representative and delegation of Maldives for its of Maldives for its facilitation of resolution on the accelerating the implementation of 2030 agenda for sustainable development for a better future for all in Asia and the Pacific. The Islamic Republic of Iran joined the consensus on this resolution on the understanding that it could contribute to the realization of SDGs based on national rules and legislations, cultural backgrounds, and national development priorities. The Islamic Republic of Iran also attaches great importance to the realization of sustainable development at national, regional, and international level based on the principles of fairness, inclusivity, partnership, cooperation, country ownership, CBDR, and historical responsibility of developed countries. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts at working toward reaching to an acceptable, balanced, and comprehensive text in all areas of concern, we regret that the final text does not properly reflect on the concerns and the priorities of developing countries of the region. The Islamic Republic of Iran underscores that paragraph 30th of the 2030 Agenda strongly urged the states refrain from promulgating and applying any unilateral economic, financial, and trade measures not in accordance with international law and the Charter of the United Nations that impede the full achievement of economic and social development, particularly in developing countries. Therefore, by refraining from the denying at the UCM, we must all make sure we deliver on our commitment to Agenda 2030. We urge all member states, especially developed countries, to shoulder their responsibilities and live up to their legal and ethical responsibilities in order to advance the shared value of no one left behind, especially due to the imposition of UCMs. Distinguished colleagues, and unilateral coercive measures, including unilateral sanctions, are unlawful, immoral, and inhuman. Most recently, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 77/214 and Resolution 77/214 on 15 December 2022 condemned the UCMs and the reaffirming prior resolutions. The UCMs as illegal and illegitimate measures have drastically deterred firms, banks, and financial institutions from engaging in commercial and financial transactions with the targeted countries, especially my country. My delegation would like to request this explanation of position to be put on the official report and related documents of this session. I thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for your statement, which will be reflected in the appropriate places by the Secretariat. Do I take it that the resolution can now be adopted? It is so decided. Before we conclude our adoption of the resolution, I would like to refer to the document ESCAP/79/L1/Add1, Statement of Program Budget Implications of Actions and Proposals of the Commission. The document is presented to the Commission for adoption. The document ESCAP/79/L1/Add1 is adopted. Distinguished delegates, we will now consider the decisions of the Commission at this session. You have before you documents ESCAP/79/L2, which contains all the draft decisions that resulted from our deliberations and were recommended for adoption by the Commission. I wish to remind all delegations that the draft decisions had been circulated to all member states under silence procedure and no objections were raised. The draft decisions, therefore, are now presented to the Commission for adoption. Please note that any additional pledges made by countries under Agenda Item 5B today will be reflected by the Secretariat in the final version of the decisions after adoption. Are there any comments at this time or any of these or other specific decisions? If there are none, may I then propose that we adopt the draft decisions of the Commission as contained in document ESCAP/79/1L2. I see consensus. Document ESCAP/79/L2 is adopted. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, those are the resolutions and all of the decisions taken by the Commission at this session. We shall now consider the part of the draft report dealing with the organization of the 79th session of the Commission as contained in document ESCAP/79/L1. Distinguished delegates may kindly note that changes of an editorial or grammatical nature will be taken care of by the Secretariat. Are there any comments on the document? I see none. Document ESCAP/79/L1 is adopted. This concludes the consideration of the draft report. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, it is my great pleasure to propose that with the incorporation of the various amendments as agreed during this session, the report of the 79th session of the Commission will be adopted by consensus. It is adopted. I would now like to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Salsia Ali Jabana, to deliver her concluding remarks.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we come to the closing of the 79th session of the Commission, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all participants attending, and in particular to delegates who have traveled to Bangkok in person. Please allow me now to share a few final thoughts. Guided by your genuine will to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the range of resolutions adopted at this session provide the foundation for action necessary for the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific. The resolution Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development calls for urgent action to combat climate change and its impact, as well as strengthen regional and sub-regional cooperation to accelerate climate action through the use of clean and renewable energy sources, low-emission mobility, as well as greater use of climate change-related statistics and early warning systems. We must accelerate the transition to low-emission, climate-resilient, inclusive, and sustainable economies and societies. Sustainable development will otherwise continue to elude us. It is likewise increasingly clear that the attainment of sustainable development, especially in the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, require urgent action. The resolution accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development for a better future for all in Asia and the Pacific therefore reaffirms that the 2030 Agenda is the blueprint for regional transformation. It recognizes the role of regional cooperation to promote inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development, notes the importance of scaled-up investment to attain our goals, pledges to leave no one behind, and reaffirms the importance of a healthy environment. In line with this resolution, the outcomes of the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development will be submitted as our voices at global dialogues, including the high-level political forum, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals Summit, which will review the state of implementation of the 2030 Agenda. ESCAP, together with the United Nations Development System and partners, stands ready to support the delivery of all these important outcomes. I would therefore like to thank all member states and partners who have pledged additional resources to strengthen our support during these very challenging times. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the Commission Bureau for its leadership and skillfully conducting the proceedings to their successful conclusion. I wish to recognize the Chair, Her Excellency Madam Fekita Moaloa Katoa Otai Kamanu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Tourism of Tonga, and the 7 Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Lituj, Senior Minister, President of the National Committee for ESCAP, and First Vice President of the Cambodia Mine Action and Victim Assistance. His Excellency Mr. Asghar Jambakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industries of Kazakhstan. Her Excellency Ms. Hyun Jenny Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister of Climate Change of the Republic of Korea. His Excellency Mr. Ankhbayar Nyamdorj, State Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia. His Excellency Mr. Rahmat Budiman, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP. Her Excellency Ms. Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ESCAP. And Her Excellency Mrs. Kolon Apulhamilage Chaminda Inoka Kolon, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP. I would finally like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all heads of state and government who set the vision for our way forward, as well as keynote and high-level speakers who provided inspiration for bolder climate action. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would finally like to express our deepest gratitude to our gracious hosts, the Royal Thai government, for their usual warm hospitality and active engagement. And before I close, I would like to thank everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this session a truly special occasion and very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. Before we adjourn the session, please allow me also to say a few words. Madam Executive Secretary, thank you for the opportunity to share some remarks with you as we close the 79th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I for once leave hopeful and encouraged. The session debates demonstrated the motivation of countries in the region to take swifter and more daring climate action. This is also critical for countries in the Pacific. Yes, the assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is sobering. Yes, it gives us the evidence that the 1.5 degree target is possible to reach if we act now. As a mother, as a person at an age where we hope for the future of the generations after us, I hope the resolution accelerating climate action in Asia and Pacific for sustainable development will help to keep the focus on this goal. The Commission discussed what transformations we need now for Asia and the Pacific so we can together transition to a net zero future, and how we must accelerate the energy transition away from fossil fuels to renewable sources of energy. This demands also that we scale up and expedite climate finance. Countries share their experiences and locally generated solutions, and I'm confident that this can have positive and wide-reaching effects in the region and beyond. The challenge we face demands global cooperation and locally adopted solutions. The Commission endorsed resolutions to support countries in special situations in the region. These resolutions will advance regional cooperation on the environment, persons with disabilities, space applications, digital cooperation, disaster risk reduction, urban development. Quite importantly, especially for small island nations, they will also help better understand the critical link between climate change, biodiversity, and ocean. We stand at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Time is not on our side to reach globally agreed goals by 2030. It is thus important that the Commission endorses a resolution that will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals Summit in 2023 with a view to reverse negative trends and accelerate implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals through transformative and systemic change. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it has been an honor to chair the 79th session of the Commission. I wish to thank all delegates and the members of the Bureau for the support you extended to me in this function. Malo Abito. It has been a busy but truly productive week. It has been encouraging to see the support that member states have expressed for the work of ESCAP. We have established a roadmap. The work ahead is urgent, complex, and calls for genuine cooperation. We must, with hope, dedicate ourselves to the task to live up to the promises made to our people and for the sake of future generations. I look forward to continuing to support the work of ESCAP, and I wish you all a safe return to your home countries. I thank you. May I now check if any delegations would like to take the floor at this point? I recognize the distinguished delegate of Fiji requesting the floor.
Madam Chair, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of my delegation to convey our deep appreciation to you, the Chair of the 79th Commission session, and to the rest of the Bureau for guiding the deliberations of the 79th session of the Commission to a successful conclusion. I should also like to convey our thanks and appreciation to the Royal Thai Government for co-hosting the session. The traditional warm hospitality of Thailand was truly appreciated. Madam Chair, I would like to highlight the important outcomes of this session, which adopted a resolution to accelerate climate action in the region amongst other important resolutions. The theme that guided our deliberations resonated greatly with all member states and more so with the Pacific. The 79th session marks a pivotal moment for countries in the region as we galvanize efforts to accelerate climate action. Finally, Madam Chair, we would like to express and record our sincere thanks to Ms. Amida Alizabana, the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, and her able staff for the excellent preparations for the session and the services rendered to the delegations, which have made our tasks much easier. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of Fiji. I now recognize the distinguished delegate of Indonesia requesting the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Her Excellency, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ibu Armida Salsiah Alisahbana, distinguished colleagues, first, Indonesia would like to congratulate the Secretariat for an excellent arrangement of this year's Commission sessions. Our guiding themes this year successfully reflects and embodies the region's spirit to accelerate climate change actions and contribute more to the global effort to combat climate change. Second, Indonesia also would like to commend the good work and support of the Secretariat last year, when Indonesia hosted two very important ESCAP meetings: the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the implementations on the Asia and the Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, and the fourth ministerial conference on space application for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Both meetings successfully delivered two outcomes documents: Jakarta Declarations on the Asia and the Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities, and Jakarta Ministerial Declarations on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. Third, Indonesia extends its appreciation to esteemed colleagues around the rooms for the support, flexibility, and the compromises made during the draft resolution negotiation process. This year, we adopted 10 resolutions, including draft resolutions submitted by Indonesia. On that note, in this regard, to the resolutions of the ocean climate, Indonesia reiterates the important roles of the oceans in the developments of countries in the Asia and the Pacific, and in our collective effort to combat climate change. The health and well-being of oceans directly impact livelihood and support the economy of countries in the regions. It is unfortunate that climate change continues to worsen, which not only threatens our very existence, but also has disproportionate impacts to several countries in the regions. Moving forward with the adoptions of the resolution to accelerate ocean-based climate actions, Indonesia hopes that it is then followed by the concrete measures and collaborations among members. The dialogues on ocean climate nexus must also be taken up in other international fora to support global concerted effort to accelerate climate actions. Last year, Indonesia submitted its enhanced nationality determines contributions to 31.98% up to 43.28% with adequate international support. In that regard, Indonesia will remain committed in fulfilling its climate ambitions and accelerating its climate actions, among others, through ensuring conservation and sustainable use of the oceans, as well as taking concrete actions in the ocean sectors to effectively combat climate change. Lastly, echoing the words of the President Joko Widodo in its remarks earlier this week, our transitions toward low-carbon economy requires international support. Indonesia call on the fulfillment of financing commitments and the realizations of loss and damage financing facilities. Furthermore, we need to continue to explore innovative financing schemes. Indonesia believes synergy between the governments and the private sectors in a game changer in our climate actions. With that, Indonesia once again directs its appreciation to the ESCAP and hope that it continues to serve as an inclusive forum to support and strengthen the region economic, social, and development endeavors. I also would like to thank members and colleagues for entrusting me as one of the vice chair of this year's Commission session. Indonesia stands ready to engage and collaborate with colleagues in achieving 2023 SDGs and contribute more to the global climate action agenda. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. I now recognize the distinguished delegate of China requesting the floor.
谢谢主席女士。主席女士，我愿意代表中国代表团，首先热烈祝贺第79届 ESCAP 年会成功举行。我想借此机会祝贺所有的 ESCAP 成员、准成员和利益攸关方、民间社会共同参与此次年会。我也赞赏所有的成员和准成员和各方在会议期间显示出的团结、合作和建设性精神。 正是由于我们大家的共同努力，这次年会才成为一届特殊的和非常成功的会议。我想借此机会感谢我们的会议主席女士和她7个副主席，他们成功的主持会议，也确保了会议的顺利进行。我想感谢决议磋商工作组主席哈萨克斯坦大使和印尼副主席，感谢他们的有效工作，确保了我们的所有决议得以协商一致，并取得积极成果。最后，但不是最后，我想感谢执秘女士她的优秀领导力，并感谢秘书处的辛勤工作，为此次会议付出了巨大的努力。执秘女士和她领导的秘书处的辛勤努力，也确保了疫情后第1届 ESCAP 年会取得圆满成功。主席女士，正如此次会议期间各方代表所谈，亚太区域在落实可持续发展的进程中，仍然面临诸多挑战，包括气候变化的挑战，需要亚太的所有成员、准成员和利益攸关方继续展现政治意愿，体现建设性精神，积极加强团结与合作，共同应对我们的挑战，加快落实2030年可持续发展议程。中国将继续与各位成员和准成员加强合作，共同努力推进亚太落实2030年可持续发展议程。谢谢主席女士。
Thank you to the distinguished delegate of China. Let us now see a video that has been prepared by the Secretariat with a few images from the week. May I ask the conference room officer to play the video, please?
Distinguished delegates, it is increasingly clear that the attainment of sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific requires urgent action.
The people of the Pacific cannot afford to wait for change any longer, and we look forward to our fellow Asian leaders to join us in this journey to ensure that we prosper together and leave no one behind.
It is by joining forces that the countries in the Asia and the Pacific can hasten action on climate change and thus lay the foundation for a more hopeful and sustainable future for all in the region and beyond.
Climate change remains the single greatest threat to the well-being, livelihoods, and security of Pacific peoples.
The world must move into emergency mode to seriously and fully address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to quickly create clear and predictable, low carbon and climate resilient policy frameworks.
So, we stand before you today, representing the young people of our region, whose survival and future is at stake. We are dedicated and committed to climate action.
Climate change is not a fight for power, it's a fight for survival, and together we will conquer. Thank you.
So I ask all the ministers here, think of the most ambitious emissions outcomes you can promise in Dubai.
Our survival is no longer up for debate. We must heed the warnings. We must be prepared. We must take collective action. We must work together and take bold steps toward a low carbon, climate resilient future that leaves no man, no woman, and no nation behind.
Thank you. And with these memorable images, I thank all delegations for their active participation and look forward to meeting you again at the 80th session of the Commission next year. I hereby now declare the 79th session of the Commission adjourned.